Exhibit triple P1.
Yeah.
Exhibit triple P1 consists of 4 pages, my lord. We have marked the pages as such. Just want to refer you to page 2 of the document. It's a subpoena that was signed by the magistrate in the name of M. Pretorius. Who is that person?
That would be me, myself.
And the date of the subpoena?
The date stamp on the subpoena would be 2018-01-29.
January 2018.
And attached to the subpoena is an affidavit on the strength of which the subpoena was issued.
That's correct.
If you look on it's page 3, reference is made to M. Pretorius. Who is that person?
So that would be myself.
Does Exhibit triple P1, this subpoena, bear relation to the subpoena that you referred to, on the strength of which you testify that you drew the records as per Exhibit triple P?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you can maybe just put the registration number of the vehicle as appears on paragraph 6 on page 3 of Exhibit triple P1.
The registration number is CM42HKGP.
Registration number to CM42HKGP.
Can I then ask you to refer to page 1 of your affidavit, Exhibit triple P, paragraph 3? How does the registration number that you've just placed on record compare with the registration number that appears on paragraph 3 of Exhibit triple P?
It's the same registration number, CM42HKGP.
The registration number for exhibit PPP will CM42HKGP. Ziafana na la public not inside of New York.
And perhaps whilst still on page 1 of your affidavit, you mention in the same paragraph that this vehicle is registered in the name of S. Twala.
That's correct.
I just want to show you a document that serves before this court as part of Exhibit triple JK. My lord, that will be the affidavit of Miss Pinky Thillingham.
Okay.
and page 9 thereof. It shows a certain cell phone number that has already been placed in record. Just read that cell phone number on record.
The cell phone number will be 276080404436.
Yes, i-cellphone number ebonakalayo ekhasini eliphuma encwadini letho uMiss Bayithile Ngemla enkantolo is
276-080-40-436.
number ke leyo ithiwa 27608040436.
And that document J in brackets 1 shows the name of the person in whose name that cell phone is Ricard. Can you just put that on record, the name of the person?
First name is Selo and then surname will be Twala.
Wathi la igama lomuntu ebhaliswe ngayo le phone uSilo wakathwala.
And just below that, the physical address of the registered owner appears, or the person in whose name the cell phone is Ricard appears. Is that correct?
That's correct. The physical address will be number 4, Heidelberg Road, extension 6, Glen Vista, extension 2, Johannesburg.
Lapha ke kuthiwa indawo la ihlala khona ikheli lakhe number 4 Heidelberg Street eGlen Vista.
And then just to come back to your affidavit, exhibit P, on page 1 of the report, the tracker report. The very first entry there appears an address at 053454 on the 24th of October 2014. What is that address? Can you just place that on record? The location.
The location on the trip log for 053454 will be Heidelberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg, Gauteng, South Africa.
So ikheli elivela lapho ke emgqini oqala uHeidelberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg, Gauteng, South Africa.
Now, what is your comment regarding the address on the RICA information that you've just placed on record, and this address that appears on the tracker report?
Both of them are Glen Vista, Johannesburg area, so it's the same area.
Athi indawo yedwa ngoba zombili lezi indawo ziseGlen Vista eJohannesburg.
And the street address?
That will be Heidelberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg, Gauteng.
Athi ke lapho umgwaqo usewodwa uHeidelberg Place.
Thank you. Can we then get back to where we stopped on Thursday in respect of the tracker report? Exhibit P. In light of the fact that Mr. Mgumi, one of our colleagues took ill, perhaps we should just start at his request. On page 45 of exhibit triple P. There's trip number 74 on the 26th of October. If I can then just ask you to turn the page over to page 46. At the time, 18:57 and 29 seconds. Just place the details of the trip log on record again.
At 18:57:29, the trip log shows that the vehicle is moving in Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, Gauteng, South Africa.
So ngo-1857-29 ngibonakala sengathi imoto iyahamba emgwaqweni uKutwanong Street ose-Vosloorus.
I just want to show you a document which says as Exhibit O in brackets 1. There's the affidavit of Lieutenant Colonel Stein, who has already testified and these are the downloads of the cell phone number that you've just placed on record, page 44. Page 44. That will be page 44 of Exhibit O in bracket 1. Just read that, place that portion that that starts with download in the middle of the sentence.
Download summary of cell phone 276080404336 Longway Twala. Remember +2 hours.
Okay.
So-ke lana-ke ukufingwa ukudownloada okwenzeka eselfonini u-06080404336 ulongwe Twala. Kuthiwa-ke khumbula bese kuthiwa-ke 2 hours.
If I can then ask you to turn to page 46 of the same exhibit, triple O in brackets 1. The very last entry there, a message from this number that you've just placed on record was sent to a number 074-676-6669. At the bottom of that page, in the column, there's a date. Just put the date on record.
The date will be 2014-10-26.
Kuthiwa lapha usuku oluvelayo lapha umhla ka-26 enyangeni ka-October 2014.
And just place the time on record as well.
The time will be 04:57:36.
Isikhathi-ke u-04:57:36.
If you add the 2 hours, as you've just placed on record in terms of page 44, what will then the time be?
The time will be 06:57:36.
Bathe uma senzela-ke amahawu amabili isikhathi kuzo-06:57:36 kwemizuzwana.
If I can then refer you to Exhibit Triple J again, the downloads, I'm sorry, the section 205 of the very same number that we've just place on record. If you can place the cell phone number and the time as well, the first entry that has been highlighted with an asterisk.
The cell phone number will be 276080404036.
Yes, and the
Number go 276080404036.
and the date.
The date will be 26 October 2014.
Suku ke mhla 26 October 2014.
And the time.
The time will be 18:57:35.
Isikhathi ke u-18:57:35.
The other party, the cell phone number of the other party.
The other party's cell phone number will be 277467666669.
Manje ke lenye ke inamba ekhulunyana nayo u-074-676-6669.
Can we then get back to the trip log? On the 26th of October 2014 at 18:57, just place the particulars thereof on record
On the
at
trip,
18:57:29.
on the trip log, 18:57:29, vehicle shows moving Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, Gauteng, South Africa.
Isikhathi esika-18:57:29 imoto ekhombisa ihamba ku-Kutlanong Street eFosloras.
Now, how does this time that reflects in the trip log compare to the times that have just placed on record in respect of the cell phone downloads of that number, as well as the section 205 that you've just read out?
The times are the same.
Lezi ikhathi ke zibonakala lapha ku-trip log nalezi ezibonakala ngalena kumafoni zibonakala ziyisikhathi ey'fanayo.
Thank you. You can then proceed to the next entry at 18:58.
At 18:58:34, the vehicle shows ignition off, Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, Gauteng, South Africa.
Ngesikhathi sika-18:58 nemizuzwana engu-34, imoto ibonakala icima isemgaqweni uKutlanong Street eFosloras.
Yes. Oh, yes. Did you place the status on record, sorry? Good. Yes.
Yes, the vehicle shows ignition
Ignition
off
off,
at 18:58:34, Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, Gauteng.
Imoto ikhombisa icima ngo-18:58:34 isemgaqweni uKutlanong Street eFosloras eGauteng.
Now, if we can just go back to Exhibit 01, the downloads of the cell phone that we just referred to at 18:57. Can you just place the SMS that was sent to that number that you've placed on record, 074-676-6669? The message should appear just next to the date and the time that you've placed on record.
The message says, "I'm outside."
Umlayezo lapha ke oya kule number 074-676-6669 uthi ke ngingaphandle.
Now, there has also been an exhibit Triple J, in brackets J7 in brackets A. So it's exhibit J7 in brackets A on page. This, it's a document that was handed up by Ms. Pinky Fathiligan of Vodacom. It shows tower locations and distances. If I can just ask you to, there appears an address at the top of this exhibit. Just next to sites, there appears an address. Just put that address on record right at the top.
Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus.
Kelly Vela Lapo, Kutanung Street, Efosloras.
And the number, the street number,
13511, Kutwanong Street.
Number 13511, Kutanung Street.
just look at the ones. There should be another one there. Just place it again on record, the address.
Physical address of site will be 1816 Ramoflo Street, Spruitview.
No, the address that you've just read into the record, just read the details again in the report.
Okay,
Street, yes.
that will be 13511 Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus.
Okay.
Number 13511, Kutanung Street, Efosloras.
Thank you. And it's described as what in that document?
In brackets, it states crime scene.
Thank you.
Manje kufakwe lapha kuthiwa indawo yesigameko.
Thank you. We can then get back to your affidavit, exhibit P. You had just placed a trip lock at the time 18:58 and 34 seconds. Can you then proceed to the next entry?
The next entry, 1900 hours and 14 seconds. It shows ignition on Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus.
Esikhathi ke 19 hours namizuzwana u14 ikhombisa lapha ngathi imoto yastartwa lapha iseKutwanong Street eFosloras.
Yes, next entry.
Then the next entry shows ignition off 1901:28 Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, Gauteng.
Sithi isikhathi ku 1901:28 ibonisa lapha imoto yaphinde yacinywa futhi. Isemgwaqweni uKutwanong Street eFosloras.
Yes, next entry.
Next entry shows motion, ignition off, GPS unlock, 2043:34 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, Gauteng.
So lapha 2043 ikhombisa lapha uthi imoto iyanyakaza. Kodwa ke ukhiye usacinyiwe and iyabonakala ukuthi i-GPS iyavuleka kodwa sesekuwona lo mgwaqo uKutwanong Street eFosloras.
Yes. Next entry.
Next entry, vehicle shows ignition off at 20:43:44 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, Gauteng.
Ngesikhathi esika-2043 imoto ikhombisa ke ukuthi icinyiwe isikuwona lo mgwaqo uKutwanong Street eFosloras.
Yes, next entry.
Next entry, the vehicle shows ignition on at 20:46 and 13 seconds. It shows ignition on Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, Gauteng.
Manje kuyabonakala lapha ku-20 isikhathi u-20:46 and 13 seconds. Lapha imoto isekona lomgwaqo uKutwanong Street eVosloorus iyakhombisa ukuthi ke imoto ke ukhiya usukhanyisile.
Yes, next entry.
Next entry, the vehicle shows moving at 20:46:31 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, Gauteng.
Njengoba isikhathi ka-20:46:31 imoto ikhombisa lapha isikubona umgwaqo uKutwanong Street eVosloorus kodwa manje isiyahamba.
Next entry, vehicle shows moving at 20:46:40 at Lesedien Street, Vosloorus, Gauteng, South Africa.
Manje isikhathi ka-26:40 imoto ikhombisa ukuthi isiyahamba inyakaza emgwaqweni okuthiwa yi-Lesedien Street khona eVosloorus.
Next entry, vehicle shows moving 20:46:54 at Moagi Street, Vosloorus, Gauteng.
Ngo-20:46:54 imoto ke ikhombisa ukunyakaza ukusho ukuthi iyahamba iseMoagi Street eVosloorus eGauteng.
Thank you. Just remember to place the speed at which the vehicle was moving on record as well.
Next entry, the vehicle shows moving at a speed of 24 kilometers an hour at 20:49:00 at Moagi Street, Spruit View, Katlehong.
Manje imoto ngo-20:49 ikhombisa ukuhamba ngesivinini sika-24 amakhilomitha ihamba ke kuMoagi Street eSpruit View eKatlehong.
Next entry, the vehicle shows moving at 28 kilometers an hour at Lesedien Street, Vosloorus at 20:49:30 seconds.
Ngesikhathi eso-20:49 and 30 seconds le moto ikhombisa ikuseLesedien Street oseVosloorus ihamba ngesivinini esingu-28 kilometers.
Next entry, the vehicle shows moving at 24 kilometers an hour at 20:49:41 seconds at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus.
Lapho ku-20:49 nemizuzwana engu-41 imoto ikhombisa lo mgwaqo uKutwanong Street eVosloorus ihamba ngesivinini esiwu-24 kilometers per hour khona lapha eVosloorus.
In other words, the vehicle returns to that original address that took place on record earlier on at 1857.
That's correct.
Njengomoto ibonakala ibuyela kuleli khele elikhulunywa ngalo ngalesi sikhathi sika-1857 eKutwanong Street.
Yes, next entry.
Next entry, vehicle is moving 26 kilometers an hour at 20:51:50 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus.
Imoto ke ibonakala ihamba ngesivinini esiwu-26 kilometers per hour ngesikhathi sika-20:51 and 50 seconds isekubona nomgwaqo uKutwanong Street.
Yes. If I can ask you to first start with the time and then start on the left, then move to the right, just to make it easier to follow. Yes.
At 20:52:01 at Lesedien Street, Vosloorus, vehicle is moving at 20 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi esa-20:52:01 imoto ke ibonakala ekulo mgwaqo uLesedien Street oseVosloorus hamba ngesivinini sama-20 amakhilomitha.
At 20:52:34 at Lesedien Street, Vosloorus, vehicle is moving at 20 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi sika-20:52 nemizuzwana engamashumi-34 imoto isekuLesedien Street eVosloorus ihamba ngesivinini sama-20 amakhilomitha.
At 20:55:34 at Nombela Drive, Vosloorus, vehicle is moving at 69 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi sika-20:55 and 34 imoto ke ikulo mgwaqo okuthiwa uNombela Drive eVosloorus ihamba ngesivinini sika-69 kilometers per hour.
At 2057-30 at Sam Sukwati Avenue, Vosloorus, the vehicle is moving at 24 kilometers an hour.
ngesikhathi ka-2057-30 imoto ebonakala ihamba umgwaqo usemsukwati avenue eFosloras hamba isivinini-ke sika-24 kilometers.
At 2057-33 at Sam Sukwati Avenue, Vosloorus, vehicle is moving at 13 kilometers an hour.
Ke ngesikhathi sika-2057-33 kwemizuzwana imoto isayibona lo mgwaqo usemsukwati avenue eFosloras ihamba ngesivinini sika-13 kilometers ishumi nantathu.
At 2057-50 at Sam Sukwati Avenue, Vosloorus, vehicle shows moving at 15 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi sika-2057-50 imoto isekuwona lo mgwaqo usemsukwati avenue eFosloras ihamba ngesivinini esingu-15 kilometers per hour.
At 2058-02 at Sam Sukwati Avenue, Vosloorus, Gauteng, the vehicle shows ignition off.
Ngesikhathi-ke sika-2058 nemizuzwana emibili imoto ibona umgwaqo usemsukwati avenue eFosloras kodwa-ke ikhombisa lapha-ke ukhiye usiqinyile.
I just want to show you an extract of the section 205 of the cell phone number that I've just placed on record earlier on. This page, Malot, page 4632 of exhibit triple J1. If you can just place those particulars on record again. There the asterisk.
The number will be 27608040436.
Number-ke lapha 27608040436.
The date shows 26 October 24 and the time will be 20:59:25. 26 October 2014 and the time is
20:59:25. Usuku lapha ngomhla ka-26 October 2014 isikhathi 20:59:25.
And then under cell name it gives 3G Clinics, Vosloorus.
Manje-ke ithawa elisetshenziswa lapha inika i-3G clinics eFosloras.
Thank you. If I can then refer you back to exhibit triple J7 in brackets A. The address of the different towers are reflected. If you can just place the address of the tower clinics on record. There where the asterisk is. Let's just read out the tower name.
The tower name will be Vosloorus.
No, there where there's an asterisk.
Vosloorus Square
No, clinics.
Clinics.
Yes.
Okay, the site name is Clinics,
Yes.
and then the physical address of site will be 9 Sam Sukwati Avenue, Marimba Gardens, Vosloorus.
So-ke lapho uthawa kuyi-clinics khona kuthiwa ikheli lakhona unumber 9 Samsukwati Avenue Marimba Gardens eFosloras.
Thank you. You can then proceed. So this address, Sam Sekwati Avenue, that is where the Tower Clinics is located. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
So itawa lena ikhona lapha kuleyo mgwaqo usemsikwati street.
Yes, you can place the next entry on record.
At 210409 at Sam Sekwati Avenue, the vehicle shows motion, ignition off.
Isikhathi sika 290409 imoto ke isekhona nomgwaqo usemsikwati Avenue eFosloras. Imoto ke ikhombisa ukunyakaza kodwa ke isacinyiwe.
Once again, I'm going to refer you to the extract of the section 205, which have been handed in as exhibit triple J in bracket 1 through Ms. Pinky Thillingham. That will be, my lord, page 2186 of exhibit triple J1. If you can just place those particulars on record. Just the cell phone number, the second asterisk, the cell phone number, as well as the date and time and the tower name.
The cell phone number will be 2760-804-0436.
Your cell phone number is 2760804036.
The date will be 26 October 2014.
So on 26 October 2014.
The time will be 21:05:37.
Isikhathi ke 21:05:37.
Third party.
No, just place
the-
the cell, the
And
tower name.
The cell name will be 3G Clinics for Slurus.
Itawa ke lesetshenziswa lapho i3G Clinics eFosloras.
The time that is just placed on record, how does it compare with the time that's reflected in the trip log, the one that you've just placed on record?
The time on the trip log will be 21:04:09, and then the time on the evidence will be 21:05:37.
Isikhathi ke lapha ke ku-trip log u-21:04:09 lapha ke kulombiko wamafoni u-21:05:37.
Thank you. You can then place the next entry on record.
At 23:02:58 at Sam Sekwati Avenue for Slurus, the vehicle states ignition on, GPS unlock.
So lapha isikhathi u-23:02:58 imoto isekulomgwaqo uSamsikwati Avenue eFosloras ikhombisa lapha imoto ikukhona istartwa kuthiwa ne-GPS ke nayo ke iyasiyavuleka.
This next entry.
Next entry at 23:03:04 at Sam Sekwati Avenue for Slurus, Gauteng, the vehicle shows stopped, GPS unlock.
Manje ke lapha isikhathi ka-23:03:04 isekhona nomgwaqo uSamsikwati Avenue eFosloras. Le moto ikhombisa ukuthi isimile, i-GPS ke nayo ke isavulile.
Next entry. Yeah, you can just proceed and put all those entries on record.
At 23:03:12 at Sam Sekwati Avenue for Slurus, vehicle shows stopped.
Isikhathi ka-23:03:12 kuSamsikwati Avenue imoto ikhombisa ukuma.
At 23:06:12 at Sam Sekwati Avenue for Slurus, vehicle shows stopped.
Isikhathi ka-23:06:12 kuwona umgwaqo uSamsikwati Street imoto ikhombisa ukuma.
At 23:09:12 at Sam Sekwati Avenue, Vosloorus, vehicle shows stopped.
Isikhathi esika-23:12 kuwona umgwaqo Sam Avenue imoto ekhombisa imile.
At 23:12:12 at Sam Sekwati Avenue, Vosloorus, vehicle shows stopped.
Isikhathi sika-23:12 no-12 imizuzwana emgwaqweni uSam Avenue eFosloras imoto ekhombisa ukuthi imile.
At 23:12:16 at Sam Sekwati Avenue, Vosloorus, vehicle shows moving at 22 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi esika-23:12 and 16 seconds lapha-ke kumgwaqo uSam Avenue eFosloras imoto ekhombisa ukunyakaza ihamba ngesivinini esingama-22.
At 23:15:16 at Nombela Drive, Vosloorus, vehicle shows moving at 50 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi esika-23:15 emgwaqweni uNombela Drive eFosloras imoto ekhombisa ukunyakaza ihamba ngesivinini esingama-50 amakhilomitha.
At 23:18:16 at Nombela Drive, Vosloorus, vehicle shows moving at 33 kilometers an hour.
Isikhathi ka-23:18 and 16 imoto isikuNombela Drive eFosloras ikhombisa ukuthi imoto iyahamba ngesivinini esika-33 kilometers per hour.
At 23:19:38 at Mohagi Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows moving at 24 kilometers an hour.
Isikhathi u-23:19 and 38 imoto ikhombisa kulo mgwaqo okuthiwa uMoagi Street eFosloras ihamba ngesivinini so-24 kilometers per hour.
At 23:20:02 at Leseding Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows moving at 17 kilometers an hour.
Isikhathi-ke sika-23:20 nemizuzwana emibili imoto ikhombisa uLeseding Street eFosloras ihamba-ke ngesivinini u-17 kilometers 70 kilometers ngehora.
At 23:22:10 at Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows ignition off.
Ngesikhathi-ke sika-23:22 nemizuzwana eyileshumi imoto ibonakala kuKutlanong Street imile futhi-ke nokiye ucishile.
And Kutlanong Street is the address that you earlier placed on record in terms of Exhibit J7A as the crime scene.
That's correct.
Leya ndawo-ke uKutlanong Street-ke isibekiwe phambi kwenkantolo ukuthi iyona ndawo la kwenzeke khona lo bugebengu.
Yes, we proceed. Next entry.
At 23:55:42 at Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows ignition on, GPS unlocked.
Lapha-ke ngesikhathi sika-23:55 and 42 imoto ibonakala kulo mgwaqo uKutlanong Street eFosloras eGauteng isamile yona kodwa-ke ukhiye-ke usukhanyisile.
At 23:55:48 at Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows stop.
Ngesikhathi ka-23:55:48 kwemizuzwana imoto isebona uKutlanong Street eFosloras ikhombisa imoto imile.
At 23:55:50 at Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows stop.
Ngesikhathi sika-23:55 nemizuzwana eyama-50 kuwona umgwaqo uKutlanong Street eFosloras imoto ebonakala imile.
At 23:55:59 at Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows ignition off.
Ngesikhathi ka-23:55:59 kwemizuzwana imoto ikuseKutlanong Street eFosloras lapho-ke imoto ikhombisa-ke ukhiye usucishile.
At 00:17:09 at Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows motion, ignition off, GPS unlocked.
Kwaye lapha ngesikhathi-ke sika-00:17 09 lapha imoto ikuKutwanong Street eFosloras imoto ibonakala inyakaza kodwa isacinyiwe ayistartiwe.
At 00:17:15 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows ignition off.
Ngosikhathi ya-17:15 kusho ukuthi 12:17 imoto kuwona umgwaqo kuKutwanong Street eFosloras ikhombisa lapho-ke isicishiwe.
At 00:21:17 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows motion ignition off.
Lapha ngosikhathi sika-21:17 kuKutwanong Street imoto eFosloras ibonakala sengathi yanyakaza kodwa-ke ukhiya awustartiwe.
At 00:21:22 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows ignition on.
Ngesikhathi sika-12 eKutwanong Street eFosloras imoto ikhombisa-ke ukuthi isistartiwe.
It just plays the date on record.
The date will be 2014-10/27.
Kusho ukuthi mhla 27 wenyangeni ka-October 2014.
And starting with the trip number 79 at 00:17:09, what is the date?
The date will be 2014-10/27.
Suku lapho mhla 27 October 2014.
Thank you. You can proceed.
At 00:21:26 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows stopped.
Isikhathi ka-0:21 minutes past 12 suku kuKutwanong Street eFosloras imoto ibonakala imile.
At 00:21:27 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows stopped.
Ngesikhathi ka-00:21 nemizuzwana eyi-27 kuwona umgwaqo kuKutwanong Street eFosloras imoto imile.
At 00:22:27 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows ignition off.
Manje-ke ngesikhathi ka-0:22:27 eKutwanong Street eFosloras imoto isicinyiwe.
At 02:15:45 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle indicates motion ignition off, GPS unlock.
Ngesikhathi sika-15 minutes past 2 imoto kuwona umgwaqo uKutwanong Street eFosloras ikhombisa ukunyakaza kodwa-ke ayistartiwe isacinyiwe.
At 02:15:50 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows ignition on.
Isikhathi-ke sika-15 minutes past 2 no-50 wemizuzwana imoto ikuKutwanong Street eFosloras ikhombisa-ke ukuthi ukhiya kwemoto usustartiwe.
At 02:15:53 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows stopped.
Isikhathi ka-2:53 wemizuzwana imoto ikuKutwanong Street ikhombisa ukuthi imoto imile.
At 02:15:58 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle indicates stopped.
Isikhathi sika-2:15 and 58 seconds imoto ikuKutwanong Street eFosloras ikhombisa ukuthi imoto ayinyakazi.
At 02:16:05 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows ignition off.
Imoto ngosikhathi sika-2016:05 imoto ikuwona umgwaqo uKutwanong Street eFosloras ikhombisa lapha ukuthi-ke ukhiyeke wemoto usucinyiwe.
At 02:16:52 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows ignition on.
Isikhathi-ke sika-16 minutes past 2 nemizuzwana eyama-52 imoto ikuKutwanong Street eFosloras ikhombisa-ke ukuthi isistartiwe.
At 02:19:36 at Kutwanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows ignition off.
Ngesikhathi-ke sika-2:19:36 kusho ukuthi 19 minutes past 2 eKutlanong Street imoto ikhombisa ke ukucinywa ke kwakhiwe wemoto.
At 02:19:59 at Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows ignition on.
Isikhathi ka-2/1959 kuwona uKutlanong Street imoto ikhombisa ke ukuthi ukhiye ke usustartiwe futhi.
At 02:21:16 at Mohaji Street, Vosloorus, vehicle shows moving at 20 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi ka-2/21:16 kumgwaqo uMohaji Street eVosloorus imoto ikhombisa ukunyakaza ihamba ngesivinini esingamashumi 20 amakhilomitha.
In other words, the vehicle is moving away from Kutlanong Street, which, as you've read out, it's described as a crime scene.
That's correct.
Bathi kubonakala imoto ke isisuka kule ndawo uKutlanong Street eyindawo yobugebengu.
The entries that follow thereafter are not of much importance. If I can ask you to turn to page 50. At 02:38, 11 seconds. If you can just place those entries from that time.
At 02:38:11 at Grasvol Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, Gauteng, vehicle shows moving.
So isikhathi ke sika-2:38 imoto ilapha eGrasvol Crescent eLiefde and Vrede eGoli. Imoto ke ikhombisa ukuthi iyanyakaza hamba ngo-24 kilometers per hour.
At 02:40:45 at Grasvol Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, vehicle shows moving at 13 kilometers an hour.
Isikhathi u-2:40 kushuthi 40 minutes past 2 imoto ise-Grasvol Crescent eLiefde and Vrede eJohannesburg iyabona imoto iyakhombisa ukuthi iyanyakaza hamba ngejubane elungu-13 kilometers per hour.
At 02:41:03 at Grasvol Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows moving 13 kilometers an hour.
41 minutes past 2 eGrasvol Crescent eLiefde and Vrede eJohannesburg imoto ihamba lapha ngo-13 kilometers per hour.
At 02:41:37 at Grasvol Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows ignition off.
Isikhathi sika-41 minutes past 2 imizuzwana i-37 imoto ikulapha kumgwaqo uGrasvol Crescent eLiefde and Vrede eJohannesburg imoto iyabonakala ukuthi icishiwe.
I just want to show you at this stage a certification of death by Dr. Mchekwani at Butsilong Hospital, which serves as Exhibit G before this court. If you can just place the details there, starting with patient brought in by, there's a name there, just place that on record.
In by name, it shows Miss K. Kumalu plus relatives.
So lapha ke isigulane lesi silethwe uMiss K Khumalo nezihlobo.
And her address?
Address states 55 Logan's View, Grasvol.
Manje ke ikheli ke lapha lithi 55 Logan's View eGrasvol.
Now, this Grasvol that appears on Exhibit J, how does it compare with the address Grasvol Crescent that appears on the trip log?
It's the same.
Athi ke lamakheli ayafana kuleli elivela lapha kuleli kheli elifakwe lawa phelezele isigulane naleli elibonakala ngelesi sikhathi libonakala la imoto efike yamakho.
Yes, you may proceed.
At 02:42:30 at Grasvol Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, vehicle shows ignition on.
Manje ke ngesikhathi sika 2:42:30 eGasveld Crescent Liefde en Vrede imoto ikhombisa ke ukhe ustart
At 024231 at Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, vehicle shows ignition off.
ngesikhathi sika 0242 and 31 second lapha eGasveld Crescent Liefde en Vrede imoto ke iyacinywa futhi
At 034920 at Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, vehicle shows motion, ignition off, GPS unlock.
ngesikhathi ke sika 34920 lapha kuGasveld Crescent Liefde en Vrede imoto ikhombisa ukunyakaza kodwa ke yona ayisakhanyisi ukhisacishiwe ne-GPS ikhombisa kodwa ukuthi yona isikhanyisiwe
At 034921 at Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, vehicle shows ignition on, GPS unlock.
so ngesikhathi sika 34921 eGasveld Crescent Liefde en Vrede Johannesburg imoto ikhombisa ukuthi ukhinye wemoto usukhanyisiwe
At 034923 at Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, vehicle shows stop.
ngesikhathi sika 34923 second eGasveld Crescent Liefde en Vrede Johannesburg imoto ikhombisa ukuthi imile
At 034929 at Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows stopped.
ngesikhathi sika 34929 eGasveld Crescent Liefde en Vrede Johannesburg imoto ikhombisa ukuthi imile
At 034937 at Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows moving at 17 kilometers an hour.
ngesikhathi ke sika 34937 0349 no37 umzuzwana imoto ikhona umgwaqo uGasveld Crescent Liefde en Vrede Johannesburg ikhombisa ukuthi imoto ihamba ngejubane lingu 17 kilometers per hour
At 034939 at Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows moving at 17 kilometers an hour.
ngesikhathi sika 49 minutes past 3 nemizuzwana eyamashumi amathathu nesishiyagalolunye imoto esekuGasveld Crescent Liefde en Vrede Johannesburg ikhombisa ukunyakaza ehamba ke ngejubane lo 17 kilometers per hour
At 035239 at Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows stopped.
isikhathi esika 0352 39 imoto isekuGasveld Crescent Liefde en Vrede Johannesburg imoto ikhombisa ukuthi isimile
At 035538 at Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, vehicle shows moving at 20 kilometers an hour.
ngesikhathi esika 355 and 38 second imoto isekumgwaqo lona uGasveld Crescent Liefde en Vrede Johannesburg ikhombisa ukunyakaza ukuhamba ijubane layo lapha u20 kilometers per hour
In other words, the vehicle is now leaving the address Grasville Crescent.
That's correct.
njeke le moto siyasuka kulo mgwaqo uGasveld Crescent
For how long was this vehicle at that address?
imoto ke lena ingabe ihlala isikhathi singakanani ke kulekheli
The vehicle went ignition off at Grasville Crescent at 024137.
bathi ke le moto lena ifike yacisha ngo-0241 ushuthi yila ifike yacima khona ngo-0241 and 37 seconds second
And then it went ignition on at 034921.
manje ke istartwe futhi ke ngesikhathi sika 0349 ne-41 wemizuzwana
So it would be just over an hour.
bonakala sengathi ke ihlale ngaphezudlwana kwehora
At 0352 2:39 seconds, it shows stop. When the previous status showed that the vehicle was moving. And just after that entry, where it shows stop, starts moving, what is a possible explanation for that?
If it's inside of a complex, most complexes have boom gates, security officers at the entry. So it could possibly, the vehicle stopped there, so it could possibly be at the entry exit of the complex.
Tshaya lapho incazelo echaza ukuthi yini imoto ibonakala ihamba ibuye ima ibuye ihamba ngesikhathi esifishane. Tshaya lapho mhlambe ngabe kukhona ke kwamanye ama-complex la kufike kubekwe ama-boom la wenza ukuthi amise imoto ingabe imiswa yikona lowo.
Now, the next series of entries are not really of much importance. If you can go to the entry at 040321 on the 27th of October 2014.
At 040321 at Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows ignition off.
Tshaya ngesikhathi ka-040321 eHelderberg Place eGlen Vista Johannesburg imoto ikhomba lapha ukuthi iyacima.
Now, this is the address that you placed on record earlier on when you were reading the RICA information, as the address in whose name the cell phone that you've placed on record was RICA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But ayilona lelo kheli eselibekiwe lapha kuma-cell phone record.
Yes, next entry.
Next entry 040710 at Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. The vehicle shows motion, ignition off.
Tshaya ngesikhathi ka-040710 eHelderberg Place eGlen Vista imoto ibonakala kukhona ukunyakaza kodwa ke ayistartile.
At 040711 at Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows ignition on.
Kuthe ngo-040711 eHelderberg Place eGlen Vista Johannesburg imoto ikhombisa ukuthi ukhiye usustartiwe.
At 040728 at Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows ignition off.
Isikhathi ka-0728 khona eHelderberg Place eGlen Vista imoto ikhombisa ukuthi icinyiwe.
As a court, please. Will this be an appropriate time to take the usual short adjournment?
Okay.
11:19.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. 15 minutes, we'll be back.
All right.
Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. The vehicle shows ignition on, GPS unlock.
Ngesikhathi sika 7:12:46 umzuzwana eHeidelberg Place eGlen Vista imoto ibonakala ukhiye ukhanyisiwe iGPS ivulile.
At 07:13:21 at Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows stop.
Ngesikhathi ke sika 7:13:21 Helderberg Place eGlen Vista eJohannesburg imoto ikhombisa imi.
At 07:13:24 at Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows stop.
Ngesikhathi 7:13:24 eGlen Vista and eHelderberg Place imoto ibonakala imi.
At 07:15:17 Renosa Street, Glen Vista, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows moving.
Ngesikhathi 7:15 and 17 seconds lapha ePrinosa Street eGlen Vista imoto ibonakala ihamba.
The next entries are not that important. It shows the vehicle is moving. If you can turn the page over to page 53 at 07:26:08.
At 07:26:08 at Kirby Bella Road, Malbaton, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows ignition off.
Ngesikhathi 7:26:08 eKirby Bella Road eMalbaton eJohannesburg imoto ikhombisa ukhiye ucishiwe.
Here's the next entry.
At 07:28:05 at Kirby Bella Road, Malbaton, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows ignition on.
Lapha ke imoto ngo 7:28:05 eKirby Bella Road eGoli imoto ibonakala ukhiye ukhanya kusho ukuthi ustartile.
And the status shows that the vehicle is moving until, if you can turn to page 54, the rest of the entries are not relevant. Page 54 at 07:40 and 26 seconds.
At 07:40:26 at Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows ignition off.
Ngesikhathi ka 7:40:26 ngesikhathi imoto ilapha eHelderberg Place eGlen Vista ibonakala ke imoto isicishiwe.
Next entry.
At 08:05:41 at Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows motion ignition off.
Kuthiwa-ke ngesikhathi ke 08:05:41 ikhona eHelderberg Place eGlen Vista imoto ibonakala inyakaza kodwa ke ukhiye ucishiwe.
At 08:05:50 Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, vehicle shows ignition off.
Ngesikhathi ka 05:50 khona eHelderberg Place eGlen Vista imoto ikhombisa ke ukhiye imoto ucishiwe.
At 08:06:40 at Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows ignition on.
Ngesikhathi ka 08:06 imizuzwana ye-40 eHelderberg Place eGlen Vista imoto ke ikhombisa icishiwe.
At 08:08:01 at Taba Bosigo Avenue, Glen Vista, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows moving.
Ngesikhathi 08:08:01 eThaba Bosigo Avenue eGlen Vista imoto ibonakala ihamba isivinini sayo lapha siyamashumi amathathu amakhilomitha.
Now, the next four entries are not really that important. You can go to the time 08:14:34
At 08:14:34 Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg, the vehicle is moving.
Ngesikhathi ka 08:14 and 54 34 umzuzwana lapha imoto iku-Grasville Crescent eLiefde and Vrede imoto ibonakala ihamba isivinini samashumi amabili amakhilomitha ngehora.
And the speed?
It was moving at 20 kilometers an hour.
Isivinini kuso amashumi amabili amakhilomitha ngehora.
Just put on record the date again.
The date will be 2014, 10/27.
Ilanga ke lelo kwakumhla ka-27 eminyangeni ka-October 2014.
Yes, next entry.
At 08:15:16, Grasville Crescent, Liefden Vrede, Johannesburg. The vehicle is moving at 13 kilometers an hour.
So ngesikhathi ke ka-8:15:16 umgwaqo uFrasville Crescent eLiefden Vrede imoto ibonakala ihamba ijibanelayo 13 kilometers per hour.
At 08:15:31, at Grasville Crescent, Liefden Vrede, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows ignition off.
Ngesikhathi ke sika-8:15:31 laphaya ke uFrasville Crescent eLiefden Vrede eGoli imoto ibonakala icishiwe.
At 08:16:36, Grasville Crescent, Liefden Vrede, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows ignition on.
Ngesikhathi ka-8:16 nemizuzwana yayo-36 imoto ilapha ku-Grasville Crescent eLiefden Vrede and ikhombisa ukuthi istartiwe.
At 08:17:16, Grasville Crescent, Liefden Vrede, vehicle is moving at 17 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi esi-8:17:16 lapha ku-Grasville Crescent eLiefden Vrede eJohannesburg imoto ibonakala ihamba ngejubane lingu-17 kilometers per hour.
For how long was the vehicle at this address, Grasville Crescent? At this particular time?
It went ignition off at Grasville Crescent at 08:15:31, and then it went ignition on again at 08:16:36, so approximately 1 minute.
Imoto ibonakala la ilapha endaweni yase-Grasville Crescent imizuzu owodwa kuphela.
Yes, the status of the vehicle shows that the vehicle was moving. If I can then ask you to turn to page 57. You can start with that first entry.
The first entry on page 57 at 09:03:25, Taba Bosigo Avenue, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. The vehicle is moving at 17 kilometers an hour.
So ngesikhathi sika-9, 3 minutes past 9 imizuzwana eyomashumi amabili nanhlanu umgwaqo uThaba Bosigo Avenue eGlen Vista eJohannesburg imoto yabonakala ihamba ngejubane lingu-17 kilometers per hour.
At 09:04:10, Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. The vehicle is moving at 24 kilometers an hour.
Imoto ngo-4 minutes past 9 imizuzwana elishumi Helderberg Place eGlen Vista eJohannesburg imoto yabonakala ihamba ngejubane lingu-24 kilometers per hour.
At 09:05:24, Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. The vehicle shows ignition off.
Ngesikhathi ke sika-5 minutes past 9 imizuzwana yamashumi amabili nane eHelderberg Place Glen Vista eJohannesburg imoto iyacishwa.
At 09:19:40, Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. Vehicle is indicating motion, ignition off, GPS unlock.
Njengoke lapha ngo-19 nemizuzwana ewu-40 eHelderberg Place eGlen Vista eJohannesburg imoto ibonakala inyakaza ukhiye ucishiwe i-GPS ivuliwe.
At 09:19:43, Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. The vehicle shows ignition on.
Ngesikhathi ke sika-9:19:43 wemizuzwana imoto ikuse-Helderberg Place eGlen Vista eJohannesburg. Imoto ikhombisa ke ukukhanyiswa kusho ukuthi ke istartiwe ne-GPS ivuliwe.
At 09:19:50, Helderberg Place, Vista, Johannesburg. Vehicle is showing stopped.
Ngesikhathi sika-9:19:50 wemizuzwana imoto ke ku-Helderberg Place eGlen Vista eJohannesburg. Imoto ikhombisa ukuthi imile.
At 09:19:58, 12 Bosifo Avenue, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. The vehicle shows moving.
Isikhathi sika-9:58 eThaba Bisifo Avenue eGlen Vista. Imoto ibonakala ihamba isivinini sayo 41 amakilomitha ngehora.
The rest of the entries are not that important. It shows that the vehicle is moving until if you can turn to page 58. Page 58 at 09:52:32.
At 09:52:32, Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus. Vehicle shows moving at 19 kilometers an hour.
Go 9:52 and 32 wemizuzwana sikumgwaqo uKutlanong Street eForest imoto iyabonakala ihamba ngesivinini songu-19 kilometers ngehora.
So the vehicle is back at the address which was described in J7A as the crime scene at Kutlwana Street 13511.
That's correct.
Imoto iyabonakala ukuthi kuyele endaweni-ke yobugebengu.
Yes. Next entry.
At 09:52:46, Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus. Vehicle shows moving at 24 kilometers an hour.
Ngo-9:52:46 eKutlanong Street eForest imoto iyabonakala ukuthi ihamba ngo-24 kilometers per hour.
Just place the date again on record.
The date will be 2014-10-27.
Kusho ukuthi-ke lana-ke usuku lana umhla please give me the date again. Usuku umhla ka-27 enyangeni ka-October 2014.
Yes, next entry.
At 09:53:08, Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus. Vehicle is showing ignition off.
Ngo-9:53 imizuzwana 08 kuKutlanong Street eForest imoto ibonakala icishiwe.
At 10:01:41, Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus. Vehicle is showing ignition on.
Ngesikhathi sika-10:01:41 wemizuzwana eKutlanong Street eForest imoto ikhombisa istartiwe.
At 10:02:02, Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus. Vehicle is showing ignition off.
Isikhathi sika-10:02:02 eKutlanong Street eForest imoto ibonakala icishiwe.
At 16:32:18, Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus. Vehicle is showing motion ignition off.
Isikhathi ka-16:32:18 eKutlanong Street imoto ibonakala inyakaza kodwa ukhiya awukakastart.
16:32:23, Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus. Vehicle is showing ignition on.
Isikhathi 16:32:23 eKutlanong Street eForest ibonakala lapha imoto ke istartwa ne-GPS ivulwa.
At 16:32:27, Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus. Vehicle is showing stopped.
Isikhathi ka-16:32:27 eKutlanong Street eForest imoto ibonakala imile.
Yeah, just before we proceed, now, for how long was this vehicle at this address?
It shows 09:53:08, Kutlanong Street, ignition off. And then 16:32:23, it shows ignition on.
Le moto ibonakala-ke icisha ngo-9:53, kusho ukuthi 7 minutes to 10, and ibuya-ke i-start off futhi ngo-16:32:23.
So approximately 6.5 hours.
Bonakala sengathi amahora ayisithupha la.
Thank you. Then page 59, that second entry, 1634.
16:34:38, Brickfield Road, Spruit View, Katlehong. Vehicle is showing moving 30 kilometers an hour.
Isikhathi sika-16:34:38 emgwaqweni uBrickfield Road oseSpruit View Katlehong, imoto ebonakala ihamba ngesivinini sa-30 kilometers per hour.
Thanks. The rest of the entries are not that important. You can turn the page over to page 60 at 17:11:22.
17:11:22, Graspoort Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. Vehicle is moving 24 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi sika-17:11:22 eGraspoort Crescent eLiefde and Vrede eJohannesburg, imoto ibonakala iyanyakaza ukuthi imoto iyahamba isivinini sayo kwakungu-24 kilometer ngehora.
17:13:22, Graspoort Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. Vehicle is moving 15 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi sika-17:13:22 wamizuzwana endaweni yaseGraspoort Crescent eLiefde and Vrede eJohannesburg, imoto ibonakala ihamba ngejubane lika-15 kilometers per hour.
17:13:44, Graspoort Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. Vehicle is showing ignition off.
Isikhathi sika-17:13:44 endaweni yaseGraspoort Crescent eLiefde and Vrede eJohannesburg, imoto ibonakala ukhiye ucishiwe.
At 18:32:37, Graspoort Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. Vehicle is showing ignition on.
Isikhathi sika-18:32:37 eGraspoort Crescent eLiefde and Vrede eJohannesburg, imoto ibonakala-ke imoto ikhanyisa okusho ukuthi-ke uyistartile.
18:32:41, Graspoort Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. Vehicle is showing stopped.
18:32:41 Graspoort Crescent Liefde and Vrede eGoli, imoto ibonakala imile.
18:32:46, Graspoort Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. Vehicle is showing stopped.
18:32:46 Graspoort Crescent Liefde and Vrede eJohannesburg, imoto ibonakala imile.
18:34:12, Kliprivier Drive, R556, Rispark, Johannesburg. Vehicle is showing moving 19 kilometers an hour.
Lapha-ke ngesikhathi sika-18:34:12 umzuzwana Kliprivier Drive R556 Rispark eJohannesburg, imoto ibonakala ihamba ngejubane elingu-19 kilometers per hour.
No. For how long was the vehicle at this address, Graspoort Crescent, during this trip?
Ignition went off at 17:13:44 and ignition went on at 18:32:37, so it's approximately an hour 15 minutes.
Imoto ibonakala ukuthi ime ngo-17:13:44 yaphinde-ke yastartwa futhi ngo-17:12 laphaya 17:34:12 kusho ukuthi imoto-ke ibonakala ngathi ime lapho isikhathi esithi ukweqa i-hour.
Right. The status shows that the vehicle is moving. The rest of the places that appear there are not really that important. You can then turn to page 63. Page 63 at 200942.
200942, Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede. Vehicle is showing moving 15 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi sika-200942 imoto ke ibonakala kunomgwaqo Grasville Crescent eLifte and Vrede ihamba ngesivinini so-15 km per hour.
So the vehicle is back at the address.
That's correct.
Shuthi le moto isibuyele futhi kuleliya hleli lase-Grasville Crescent eLifte and Vrede.
Yes, next entry.
200958, Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. The vehicle is showing ignition off.
Ngesikhathi ke sika-200958 kwemizuzwana lapha e-Grasville Crescent eLifte and Vrede imoto ibonakala ukhe ucishiwe.
201355, Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. Vehicle is showing ignition on.
Ngo-2013-55 emzuzwana e-Grasville Crescent imoto ke ibonakala istartile.
2015-19, Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. The vehicle is showing ignition off.
Ngo-2015-19 e-Grasville Crescent eLifte and Vrede imoto ibonakala ukhe ucishiwe.
2016-04, Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. Vehicle is showing ignition on.
Ngo-2016-04 e-Grasville Crescent endaweni yaseLifte and Vrede eJohannesburg imoto ibonakala istartile.
2016-05, Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. Vehicle is showing ignition off.
Ngesikhathi sika-2016-05 e-Grasville Crescent eLifte and Vrede imoto ke ibonakala ukhe ucishiwe.
2038-06, Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. Vehicle is showing motion ignition off.
Ngesikhathi ka-2038-06 endaweni yaseLifte and Vrede e-Grasville Crescent umgwaqo imoto ibonakala inyakaza kodwa ukhiye ucishiwe.
2038-10, Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. The vehicle is showing ignition off.
Isikhathi ka-2038-10 wemizuzwana e-Grasville Crescent endaweni yaseLifte and Vrede imoto ibonakala ukhe ucishiwe.
2038-31, Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. The vehicle is showing ignition on.
2038-31 endaweni yase-Grasville Crescent eLifte and Vrede eJohannesburg imoto yabona ukuthi ke iphinde yastart.
2041-31, Grasville Crescent, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. Vehicle is showing stopped.
Ngo-2041 and 31 emzuzwana e-Grasville Crescent endaweni yaseLifte and Vrede imoto ibonakala imile.
2042-34, Klipview Road, Liefde and Vrede, Johannesburg. The vehicle is moving at 19 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi ka-2042 and 34 emizuzwana endaweni yase-Klipview Road eLifte and Vrede eJohannesburg imoto ibonakala inyakaza kusho ukuthi ihamba ngesivinini esu-19 kilometers per hour.
Now, for how long was the vehicle at this address, Grasville Crescent, during this trip?
At 2009-58, the vehicle goes ignition off at Grasville Crescent. And then 2038-31, the ignition goes on. So approximately 30 minutes.
Manda ibonakala sengathi ime kuleyo ndawo imizuzu amashumi amathathu.
Okay, the rest of the entries are not that important. If you can go to 2100 hours, 18 seconds. On the 27th of October 2014 is trip number 103.
At which time?
2100 hours and 18 seconds. Page 65.
210018, Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. Vehicle is moving at 17 kilometers an hour.
Go 21 18 Susanna endaweni Helderberg Place eGlen Vista. Imoto ibonakala ihamba ngejubane lu-17 kilometer per hour.
Yes. Then we can skip the rest of the entries. If you can turn the page over to page 66. At 210821.
210821, Klipview Road, Liefde Vrede, Johannesburg. Vehicle is moving at 19 kilometers an hour.
Lapha ngesikhathi sika 210821 imoto Klipview Road Liefde Vrede ihamba ke ngesivinini eso 19 kilometers per hour.
Sorry, just slight correction. If we can go back to page 65, the previous page, just place that second entry at 21:00 and 20 seconds on record. You've already placed the first one, 21:00:18 on record.
210020, Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. The vehicle is moving at 24 kilometers an hour.
Isikhathi sika 21:00 nomazuzwana eyamashumi amabili. Imoto ilapha Helderberg Place eGlen Vista eJohannesburg ihamba ngo-24 kilometers per hour.
Thank you. Then back to page 66.
At 210821, Klipview Road, Liefde Vrede, Johannesburg. The vehicle is moving at 19 kilometers an hour.
210821 ilapha Klipview Drive eLiefde Vrede imoto ihamba ngo-19 kilometers per hour.
At 210845, Grasville Crescent, Liefde Vrede, Johannesburg. Vehicle is moving 26 kilometers an hour.
Isikhathi sika 210845 eGrasville Crescent eLiefde Vrede imoto ibonakala ihamba ngesivinini sika 26 kilometer per hour.
So the vehicle is back at this address again.
That's correct.
Bonakala le moto iphindele yabulela kuleli kheli futhi laseGrasville Crescent eLiefde Vrede.
Yes, we will proceed.
At 211144, Grasville Crescent, Liefde Vrede, Johannesburg. The vehicle shows stopped.
Isikhathi sika 211144 umgwaqo uGrasville Crescent eLiefde Vrede imoto ibonakala imile.
The vehicle then shows stopped at Grasville Crescent, Liefde Vrede, Johannesburg, up until 21:55:16, where it shows ignition off at Grasville Crescent, Liefde Vrede, Johannesburg.
Imoto ibonakala imile ngaso sonke leso sikhathi siyofika esikhathini sika 21:55 lapho ke ibonakala imoto ke ukuthi ukhiye ucishiwe.
Then at 21:55:21, Grasville Crescent, Liefde Vrede, Johannesburg, the vehicle shows ignition on.
Ngesikhathi sika 21:55 21 umzuzwana eGrasville Crescent eLiefde Vrede imoto ibonakala istart.
21:57:02, Klipview Road, Liefde Vrede, Johannesburg. Vehicle is showing moving at 20 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi ke sika 21:55 eGrasville Crescent eLiefde Vrede imoto ibonakala ihamba ngesivinini esingu-20 kilometers per hour.
And for how long was the vehicle at this address at Grasville Crescent during this trip?
It shows stopped at Grasville Crescent at 21:11:44. And then it moves 21:55. So I would say approximately 40 minutes.
Ndibonakala ngathi ime lapha imizuzu yamashumi amane.
Right, the rest of the entries are not relevant. You can go to the time 22:06:45.
22.
In fact, sorry, 22:03:42.
22:03:42, Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. Vehicle is moving 19 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi-ke sika-22:03:42 Helderberg Place, Glen Vista eJohannesburg, imoto ibonakala ihamba ngo-19 kilometers per hour.
22:03:45, Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. Vehicle is moving at 24 kilometers an hour.
Ngesikhathi ka-22:03:45 Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, imoto ibonakala ihamba ngesivinini esiwu-24 kilometer per hour.
22:06:45, Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. Vehicle is showing stopped.
Ngesikhathi ka-22:05:45 22:06:45 sorry, Helderberg Place, Glen Vista eJohannesburg, imoto ibonakala imi.
22:06:54, Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. Vehicle is showing ignition off.
Ngesikhathi ka-22:06:54 Helderberg Place, Glen Vista eJohannesburg, imoto ibonakala ukhe ucishiwe.
Thank you. And once again, this is the registered address, as you've put the details thereof on record in terms of the RICA information, exhibit J1.
That's correct.
But yebo, leli ikheli elibonakalayo lapha kumbukiso J1.
Now, if I can ask you to turn back to tip log number 77. That will be on page 47.
Yes.
In the middle of the column, just above tip number 77, there's a distance. Is the last column there in the middle of the page? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, that distance of, just put the distance on record.
The distance is 7 kilometers.
Manje ibanga-ke livela lapho ama-kilometer esikhombisa.
Now, what does that distance represent?
That will be the distance that the vehicle traveled in that specific trip.
Shuthi-ke lawa-ke ama-kilometer ahanjwe ile moto imisahamba lolu hambo.
Just put that information again on record, from which place, from which point to which point.
distances traveled between Kutlanong Street and Sam Sukwati.
Shothi la bihamba lomgwaqo uKutlanong Street iya emgwaqweni uSamsikwati.
And that is keeping in mind that at 2049-41, in fact at 2049-30, just put the location of the vehicle again, 2049-30.
2049-30, Leseding Street, Vosloorus.
Maniskasa 294930 yai kumgwaqo uLeseding Street oseFosloras.
And at 2049-41,
2049-41, Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus.
2049 and 41 Susana yai se Kutlanong Street eFosloras.
this is where, as you have testified, the vehicle left this address, Kutlano Street, then returned at 2049-41. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Athi ayilapho imoto yahamba yabuyela ngo2049-41.
So this distance of 7 kilometers must factor in that trip where the vehicle turned back.
That's correct.
Athi ke libanga leli esilifundile lamakhilomitha esikhombisa lifanele lifake naloku ukuthi imoto iyahamba yabuya.
Then trip number 78. It's on page 48. There's a distance that is being mentioned there. Just put the distance on record.
For which trip number?
Number 78.
Trip number 78, the distance will be 4 kilometers.
Lapha ke uhambo olu number 78 kulombiko lohamba amakhilomitha amane.
And what does that distance represent?
That will be the distances between Sam Sukwati and Kutlanong Street.
Shuthi ke lolo hambo ke likhombisa ke ukusuka emgwaqweni Samsikwati uyofika kunomgwaqo kuthiwa uKutlanong.
So this will be the distance from Sam Sukwati Street to Kutlwana Street as the crow flies, without having to turn back as we have seen with the previous trip.
That's correct.
Athi lapha ke ibanga eliqondile elisuka kuSamsikwati Avenue liyofika kuKutlanong Street.
And if you can place the distance between Kutlwana Street and Grasville Street as per trip number 82. See that 02-1959, the ignition is on. Then the next page, page 50, at 02-41-37, at Grasville Crescent, the ignition is off. Just above trip number 83, there's a distance, just put that distance on record.
That distance will be 20 kilometers.
Ke ibanga lapho ngamashumi amabili amakhilomitha.
And that distance represent which distance?
That will be the distance between Grasville Crescent and Kutlanong Street.
manje leli banga leli libonakala kuyibanga elisuka eFirstwell Crescent liyofika emgwaqweni kuBurton Street.
Then just lastly, on page 65, or maybe just before that, the distance between Helderbach Place, Glen Vista, and Grasville Street, as seen on page 57. We see at 09/1958 the vehicle starts moving from Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, Johannesburg. And arrives at Grasville Crescent at 9:27:20. What is the average distance between the two places?
At 09/19:43, the vehicle goes ignition on at Helderberg Place, Glen Vista, with the odometer reading at 209/201. Then Grasville Crescent at 09/27:20. The odometer reading is 209/205. So it will be approximately 4 kilometers.
Masilapha Helderberg Place eGlen Vista, Johannesburg. I-odometer mode ikhombisa u-209/201 kodwa uma sesilapha eGrasville Crescent eLichtenvrede i-odometer mode ikhombisa u-209/205 ibonakala sengathi-ke lapha ama-kilometer amahlanu.
Right, then it eventually arrives at Kutlanon Street on page 58 at 09:52:32. What would then the distance be between Kutlanon Street and Helderberg Place, Glen Vista?
Okay, 09/1943, Helderberg Place, Glen Vista. The odometer reading is 209/201. And then 09:53:08, Kutlanong Street, Vosloorus. The odometer reading is 209/226. So approximately 25 kilometers.
Libanga phakathi kwemigwaqo emibili lingaba Kutlanong Street nalaphaya esisuka khona eHelderberg Place lingaba amashumi amabili nesithupha amakilomitha.
Then on page 58, on the 27th of October at 10:01:41, the vehicle is at Kutlanon Street. Shows the ignition is off. I'm sorry, at 10:02:02 the ignition is off. You see
That's
that?
correct.
Sibona ibonakala isemgwaqweni uKotlonong Street ngesikhathi sika 10:02:02 and futhi ke icishiwe.
Until 16:32:27. It says status stop GPS unlock.
That's correct.
Wathi futhi ngo-16:32:23 ibonakala imoto isamile kodwa i-GPS isivuliwe.
And it starts moving at 16:34:38 on the next page, page 59.
That's correct.
Isikhathi sika 16:34:38 imoto ke ibonakala isihamba.
If I can ask you to go back to page 58.
Yes.
You've already given the total time at which this vehicle was at this address from 10:02:02 until it started moving.
That's correct.
And just place the speed on record.
At 16:34:38, Brickfield Road, Spruitview, Kotlonong, vehicle is moving at 30 kilometers an hour.
Isikhathi ka 16:34:38 eBrickfield Road Straight View imoto iyahamba isivinini u-30 amakilometer.
Just back on page 58. From the vehicle, from the moment the engine of the vehicle is switched off at 10:02:04 until it started moving, what was the speed? Perhaps differently put, from 10:01:43 on page 58 until 16:32:27, what is the speed that is indicated there of the vehicle?
There is no speed.
Isikhathi kuso 10:32:02 hamba uzofika ku 16:32:27 imoto inyakaza.
Indicating what?
That the vehicle is not moving.
Khombisa lapho ukuthi imoto ayihambi.
Now, ma'am, do you confirm the correctness of your affidavit?
I do.
Athi ke ngiyaqinisekisa ke ukuthi affidavit yami yonke ibhaleke kahle.
Thank you, Madam. Very well.
Yes, yes, Mr. Ngomezulu.
Thank you, Madam. Good day. Good day.
Good day.
I'm trying to adjust. I want to understand that you are a police officer under the SAPS since 2021. Is it correct?
That's correct.
Athi kunjalo ukuthi ngisesiphoyiseni okusuka ngo-2021.
So when you received the section 205, you were working for the tracker connection in 2018. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When we told section 205 i-tracker wathi yebo kunjalo.
So in what capacity at Tracker Connect when you received this Section 205.
I was employed as the company's investigator.
Ngangiqashwe kule nkampani njengolandelela umkhondo.
In terms of the protocols at the tracker connector, were you entitled or were you authorized to receive a Section 205 being the investigator?
Yes, I was.
Yebo ngangivunyelwe ukuthi-ke ngingamukela isicelo se-Section 205.
When you received the Section 205, do you communicate it with your director?
It was communicated to my department manager.
But mangithola i-Section 205 ngatshela-ke i-manager ye-department esenza kuyo.
Who was the director at that time?
At that stage and even up to today, one of the directors of the company will be Wayne de Nobrega.
Athi-ke umuntu-ke osekhona lapho oyi-director lapho Wayne de Nobrega.
So I would report to my manager, and my manager was the one that would communicate to directors.
Mina ngangikhuluma ne-manager yami imise i-manager yami ngidlulisela phambili.
So do you know when was this tracker fitted in the motor vehicle? Do you know when the tracker was fitted in the motor vehicle?
That would show on the system. On the system, it will show the exact date that a unit is fitted into a vehicle, but I don't have that information with me now.
Anginayo leyo mininingwane kodwa-ke iyakhombisa emshinini ukuthi-ke i-tracker yafakwa nini kulo mshini.
Can you stand it down and bring that information?
That would have to be asked from the company directly, because I do not work for the company anymore, so now I do not have access to their systems anymore.
Angisavunyelwe ukungena kula ma-system ale nkampani kodwa-ke uma ukuthi le mininingwane iyadingeka kufanele icele kuyona leyo nkampani.
That's my concern. Why are you testifying on behalf of the company that you are no longer working for?
Because I was the one that drew the report that is being used here. I'm the person that drew the report from the system. Somebody else cannot speak on behalf of a report that they didn't draw from the system.
Akekho umuntu ongakwazi ukuletha ubufakazi ngumbiko ongebona abawukhipha emshinini. Mina ngakhipha lo mbiko emshinini. Yikho-ke ngilapha ukuthi ngizofakaza ngalo mbiko wakhishwa yimina emshinini.
I don't think we'll proceed with that naked information. The company must provide sufficient information before the court. There's sufficient information that we need before we proceed. We are no longer working for that company. We are a member of the SAPS. So we are not a candidate to testify on behalf of tracker connections.
Then the court can request that from tracker.
Inkantolo ingacela uma ukuthi izwa ukuthi njengoba ngisebenzela isiphoyisa angasebenzeli le nkampani angisafanele ukuthi ngilethe ubufakazi nanoma ingani ngaleyo nkampani.
Do you have a fitment certificate?
I wouldn't have a fitment certificate because I do not fit units, and I didn't even fit units the time that I was working at Tracker, so I wouldn't need a fitment certificate.
Anginaso isitifiketi sokufaka emshini kulezi moto ngoba ngalesi engisasebenza khona ngangewona umsebenzi wami ukufaka imishini lena ye-tracker ezimotweni.
How do we know that the car was fitted by the tracker connection?
Wazenjani ukuthi le moto ayifakiwe tracker?
Because it reflected on the system. If we cannot see vehicles on our systems, or tracker cannot see vehicles on their systems, that is not fitted with their technology.
Ngoba phela thina imishini yethu ayikwazi ukubona imoto efakwe imishini engeyafakwanga yethu inkampani.
Were you authorized by the tracker connections as a member of the SAPS to come and give testimony on their behalf?
Tracker is aware of the fact that I'm testifying in this case. Yes, they are.
Inkampani yesetracker iyazi ukuthi ngilapha ngiletha ubufakazi mayelana nenkampani yabo.
Any written authorization?
I do not have written authorization now.
Anginayo ke imvume ebhalwe phansi.
Do you know the serial number that is affixed on the fitment certificate?
I don't know the serial number, but each unit has a specific serial number, and those serial numbers are captured on the system.
Nanoma nginganayo ke leyo serial number kodwa ke yonke le mshini ngamonye unenombolo yawo ebhalwayo ke futhi emshinini kusystem.
I want the serial number, a specific serial number. You gave evidence on the registration number of a red Polo Vivo CH something. I need the serial number, or that reflect that is in that fitment certificate. Give me that serial number. I want the serial number.
That can also be requested by court from tracker.
Fitment certificate number ke mawukuthi kuyadingeka ingacela kwa-tracker.
The name of the person who fitted the device.
Kamela umuntu owafaka lo mshini lapha emotweni.
That will reflect on the installation certificate. A copy of the installation certificate is handed to the client, and then the original is also kept. So either the client or tracker will be able to supply that.
Usho leyo number ingatholakala kule moto noma enkampanini.
Where was it fitted? Which town? Which branch?
All of that will show on the installation certificate.
Konke lokho kuyabonakala ku-installation certificate.
So you came here unprepared.
According to the section 205, we were not asked about the installation certificate. We were asked to supply a report from a certain date up until a certain date. The section 205 doesn't ask us for the installation certificate.
Manje isicelo ke sasithola thina sathola isicelo esikhuluma ngokuhamba kwemoto. Asizange sicele ukuthi siphinde silethe nemininingwane installation certificate.
In terms of the National Police, of the current employee, which article permits you to come and testify for a previous employee?
It's a discretion of the state to call any witness. It's not for this witness to decide on that. We submit that it's an unfair question to this witness.
I'll submit, my lord, it is a fair question. We submitted that this evidence of this witness is irrelevant, and we don't know where it is taking us to, and the state is wasting the court's time.
As I explained before, I was the person that drew this specific report. So it again would be difficult for somebody else to come and testify on a report that they didn't draw from the system. And even the statement was done by myself, it wasn't done by somebody else.
Imina wakhipha lo mbiko emshinini, imina akekho umuntu ongakwazi ukuthi azoletha ubufakazi ukuthi akuyena wakhipha lo mbiko emshinini. Mina futhi owabhala nestatement.
I understand this is what you've done. You left that company, you joined the public sector. But you come and testify for the work we've done in the private sector.
This is the third time that the same question is being asked. We, unless my learned friend demonstrate what the reason is for repeating the same question thrice, we object to this repetitive cross-examination.
I think I can ask it for the 5th time, 10 times, as long as it is relevant for what I want from this one.
The only other alternative would be for the court to again request the same report to tracker so that another person will be able to draw the same report and then speak on behalf of the tracking company.
And okunye kungenziwa inkantolo ukuthi uma isafuna lombiko kodwa ke uvele enkampanini ngingacela ukuthi lo mbiko lona ukhishwe futhi okusho ukuthi ke manje usuzokhishwa omunye ewukhiphe emshinini ukuze kube uyena ke ozofakazela lo mbiko lo awukhiphile.
This information, this document, in what format does it come when it is requested by the police? Does it come in a PDF?
PDF format.
Lo mbiko lona ke siuthola umbiko ohlobo lwe-PDF.
How do we know that it is not converted into an Excel?
We draw it in PDF format. That is how it's generated from the system.
Umshini ukhipha lo mbiko uhlobo lwe-PDF
Yes.
nathi siukhipha emshinini unjalo.
Yes. When it's now taken to the SAPS,
These reports, they get printed out at our office and the reports get handed to the police officers.
Thina ke siyawuprinta lo mbiko emahhovisi ethu ebese ke amaphoyisa eza azowuthatha emahhovisi ethu usu printed.
so at that time you were still, when you, I want you to be specific, ne? Don't say we. You say we if you are referring to a company. But to talk about your involvement when you received the Section 205. Did you specifically receive Section 205?
Yes, I did.
Yebo ngawuthola section 205.
Did you respond to Section 205?
Wena waphendula into section 205.
Yes, I printed out a report and I printed out my statement and it was handed over to the investigating officer.
Yebo ngaprinta report, ngaprinta ke nestatement sami, ngase ke lokho ngikunika umseshi.
Who is the investigating officer? Who was the investigating officer?
At the time that I received the Section 205, it was a Sergeant Mkize.
Sergeant Mkhize ke wayewumseshi kulolu wayewomphenyi kulolu daba ngesikhathi ke mina ngikhipha ngithola isection 205.
Did you hand it over to? Did you respond to Mkize?
That's correct.
Yebo ngaphendula nganika umkhize.
How did you respond? How did you submit the document to Mkize? In a form of a PDF?
That's correct. The way that it is seen now in court, this is what I handed over.
But yebo ile ndlela engamnika ngayo njengoba ubonakala la enkantolo lo mbiko.
I say how. How did you send it?
By
to Mkize?
hand. It was handed over by hand to the investigating officer at our office.
Ngamnika ngesandla umkhize emahhovisi ethu lo mbiko.
That was 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Yebo kwaku 2018.
When it was taken by Mkize, no one else ever applied for or served with Section 205 except Sergeant Mkhize?
No, there was no other Section 205 served to me for this specific case, no.
ayikho i-section 205 eyaletha kumina mayelana nalolu daba.
Okay. Sorry. My Lord, I see it's convenient time to adjourn for lunch.
Is that so? What's the time?
It's 1 o'clock.
Okay. Adjourn until when?
Until 2.
Mr. Galoi, what time?
Is the court asking what time it is now?
Yeah, do we adjourn until what time?
Until 2, my lord.
Okay, 2 o'clock then.
Since you said you do not have the records, and the company can still send somebody to present evidence relating relating to the information about the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
We have, and we don't want to be pedantic, but we have repeatedly objected against this proposition. My learned friend has asked this question numerous times. This witness compiled this information while she was still attached to the company, and there's no reason, my lord, that she should be questioned at length about the fact that she's no longer working for this company. It's the same situation as when perhaps a doctor who was a district surgeon at a particular time treated a patient, he goes into private practice and he's subpoenaed to give evidence. It cannot be said that now that he's in private practice, cannot testify about a patient that he saw whilst he was still working for the state. It's precisely the same situation here, my lord.
My concern, my lord, is about the information that needs to be presented before this court, which this witness can no longer access that information because she's no longer working for the company. It's not about the information she has gathered at that time when she was working for the company. My question, ma'am, is can the company still can the company can still send somebody to present somebody? Can the company still send somebody to present that part of evidence which you can no longer present in court because you're no longer working for the company?
That's correct. So what will happen, Tracker will have to send somebody who will then have to reprint the same report and then give evidence on that report because another person won't be able to testify on a report that I printed. So they will have to reprint the report.
Inkampani kufanele icele omunye umuntu ukuthi yena sikhiphele lo mbiko lo ngoba akwazi omunye umuntu ukuthi afakaze ngombiko okhishwe yini.
I think the last question would be your evidence basically is about the movement of a motor vehicle, not about the movement of a person.
No, I can only speak on behalf of a report that I printed, and the report shows the movement of a vehicle. It does not show the occupants or who was driving the vehicle at that specific time. It only indicates the movement of a specific vehicle.
Umuntu wami ukwazi ukuchaza phela ukuthi imoto uhamba kwayo nomunyaza kwayanyaza noma ehamba kanjani. Ayikwazi ukuchaza ukuthi ubani owayela ngaphakathi kwemoto nokuthi ubani owayeshayela leyo moto.
Thank you, my lord. No further questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Ramsiteri.
As the court pleases, my lord. My lord, I don't have any questions for this witness.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Nisi.
I've got no question as well.
Yes.
I think my lord, I have no cross-examination.
All right. Mr. Mtolo. Okay. Any re-examination?
None, thank you, my lord.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
As a court, please, my lord, we are now back at the situation regarding Brigadier Gininda. As indicated, my lord, today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, he's not available, sitting for the exams. The first available date is Thursday, my lord. As discussed with my colleagues during the telephone conversation that we had with Brigadier Gininda last week, he indicated that he'll make himself available despite the fact that he's writing exams. We therefore request that the matter should stand down until Thursday. I think it will be the 17th, if I'm not mistaken.
Why Thursday?
Well, he's writing tomorrow and Wednesday as well. It's in terms of that program that we submitted.
Where's the program?
I think we did submit it. I'm not sure if I still have a
You don't have the official program.
a copy. It's not an official one, my lord. It's the one that we drew up when he informed us of those dates. We're still waiting for the official one. Perhaps if we can take a short adjournment, I'll request him to send the official one.
Why don't you just phone him? Is he at home?
Yeah, I think he should be at the office. If we take a short adjournment, I'll quickly call him.
Otherwise, if you want the official one, I can phone the professor there to fax it to you.
Yes. No, he will send it to me. He will send it to me initially.
Okay, adjourn then.
All right.
I see the state is not here. I see Mr. Wanu is not here.
Here.
So I'm not going to fit something from the office. We have asked the registrar to make us copies of the timetable together with Brigadier Gininda's leave, but unfortunately the leave didn't come out clearly.
Yeah, so what does...
But it's basically, my lord, in line with what we have communicated previously.
Yeah, so
Today is the 14th, my lord. He was
the dates are what?
sitting.
The
date
dates
the 14th.
when he is writing.
Yes, 14th.
14th of October.
Yes, 16th. So in other words, my lord, we can only then resume on the 17th,
On the 17th.
which is Thursday.
Is it agreeable? Defense that you resume on the 17th. Okay. Right.
So it will be 7. We'll be sitting on 17, 18.
Yeah.
And onwards. Then the next exam is 26 October. So it means we can sit from the 17th until about the 25th of October. In fact, the 24th.
The 24th October.
Yes.
All right.
And then the next exam is on the 12th of November. That means we can sit up until the 10th
Of November.
of November. Yes. Then the second last exam is 20 November, which means we can then sit from the 13th of November
to the
until the 18th. Then the last exam is on 25 November, meaning then we can sit from the 21st of November until 23rd. This is more or less the program that I sent to my colleagues before we adjourn for the recess.
So the next session of this court will be on the 24th.
On Thursday, this coming Thursday, the 17th.
The 17th.
Yes.
Okay. And then the 18th.
Yes, 17 and 18.
Okay. So 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
No, until... Yes, indeed, my lord. Until the 12th of November. He's writing on the 12th, so he's entitled to a day before he writes, so that will be until the 10th of November.
So after it will be 17th, 18th, when we're sitting.
17, 18, then 21, 22,
21,
23, 24. He's writing again on the 26th of October. So we can only sit up to 21 until 24.
so it will be 17th, 18th, 21, 22,
23 and 24.
and 23 and 24.
Yes.
Then what happens thereafter?
Then he's entitled to a day before he writes. He writes on the 26th, which is a Saturday. So he's
Saturday.
yes, so he's entitled to the 25th.
Yeah, so we end on the 24th. The next time we come when?
So the next sitting session will be the 28th.
28th.
Yes, 28th of October.
Oh, I see. Hmm. Right, that's it.
Yes, 28th of October until the next exam. It's on the 12th of November. So it'll be 28 up until about the 10th of November. So in fact, the 10th of November, it's a Sunday, so we can only sit up to the 8th of November.
Okay, fine. So we'll be adjusting it as we go along.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Are the arrangements satisfactory to the defense?
Everything is in order.
It's in order. It's in order.
Confirm the arrangements.
Okay, so we come back on Thursday.
Court business.
Yes, that's the good place.
Okay, the matter then will be postponed to Thursday. Unfortunately, we are in an invidious situation where the next witness, Brigadier Kinanda, has got to write exams. And unfortunately, it has to be accommodated.
udaba lolu luzohlisela ubesine kuzoba kungumhla ka-17 ngoba ngeshwa omunye ufakazi olandelayo ubrigadier Gininda uyabhala angeke kwazi ukuba khona. Ngiyazwisisa. Understood, my lord.
Okay. For those reasons, then, adjourn until Thursday, is it? Thursday. Okay.
All right.